So right now they're adding these little dollops of glass that you can see on this vase here. They're going to be doing that 4 times around the vase. So you can see Gabe there is gathering out of our furnace. That's where we keep our clear glass. It's going to be a pot of molten glass that we keep hot. That way we can just keep going in using glass. That's only clear. We can apply color a different way using things like color drops or frit. Those are 2 ways we can apply color. Right now we're working in clear glass because we're just doing a prototype of the piece. So you can see they're creating this little part that's on the bottom of the bottle right here. So Gabe's going straight and he's dipping all that glass onto the piece, and then Sarah's cutting it off with the tool called the diamond shears. So now we're reaching a part in the process called punting a piece. This is when we want to transfer a piece from one pipe to the other pipe so we can work on the other side of the piece. So Sarah in the middle bench is attaching the piece and then uses water to break that piece off at the connection point. And then Ben will then bring it back and then Sarah can center that piece. Now Ben is heating up the lip so we can open up that piece. Sarah is using the tweezers to pull that glass out from the lip so then we can have a thinner lip. For the people who have just joined us, we're making some pieces for a Red Hot, which is our annual auction. These are our example pieces right here. And if you have any questions, just let me know. So now Sarah's using the jacks to pull that neck. That's going to elongate it and also make that flared look that we're looking for. So on this bench right here, we're preparing what we call a color drop. This is one way to get color over glass. So we're overlaying the color over a clear bubble of glass that's going to coat the glass in that color. So from the outside, it'll look like there's glass all over the whole thing. We just gathered all of the color glass, but in reality, it's just a thin layer over that clear glass. So for the people who are just joining us, we're making some decanters for our annual Red Hot auction. And if you have any questions about anything, just let me know. Gabe is now gathering out of our glass furnace. This is where we keep our molten clear glass. We can use this to create a layer over our piece, so then we have more mass to work with and we can blow it out even bigger. So Gabe is gathering again out of our clear glass furnace. This is at 2100 degrees and it goes 24/7. For the folks who are just joining us, we're making some decanters for our red hot auction that we have every year. Right now, Sarah in the bench right there is using a tool called the block. These are pieces of wood that are made out of specifically cherry wood. They're soaked in water so we can use them against the hot glass. And they're used to shape the piece into kind of a Q-tip shape. Now Sarah is creating what we call a jack line. This is a line between the piece and the pipe that we will ultimately use to disconnect the piece from the pipe. And you can see Gabe right here is getting ready to use the mold. This is how we create a very uniform shape for all of our pieces. As Sarah blows into that mold, the walls are going to expand on the piece. And then once they aren't able to expand anymore, she'll tap her foot and they'll open up the mold. Now the team is going to get ready to gather bits of clear glass. That's what we're going to be using for these little dollops of glass you see along the piece. So they're going to bring them hot and then she's going to place them onto the piece with her diamonds. So the next step is for Gabe to gather some clear glass. He's going to be bringing it to Sarah straight up and down. Then he's going to angle the piece so it pours onto the bottom. That'll be creating the little stamp that you see at the bottom here. So we're going to restart this process again. Gabe is going to be gathering on a pipe that is called a blow pipe. This is how we are able to make blown pieces. He's going to be popping a bubble, and then they're going to be doing what we call a color overlay. This is where we have a piece of glass that is solid color, and we're going to spread that over the clear bubble, so it's coating that piece in that color glass. And for those of you who just joined us, we're making some decanters for our Red Hot auction. We have it every year. Color overlay is just one of the ways that we can get color onto the glass. We can also use processes like rolling and frit. Could we see the color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Gabe on the bench right over there is just setting up the piece so then we can start the construction of the vase or the decanter. This is crucial because when you have a good bubble setup, that can make or break your piece. And then Gabe will go over to the pipe cooler. This will just splash water onto the pipe to cool it down so it's easier to work with the piece. So now Sarah is using the jacks to create this jack line. A jack line is a way that we are able to disconnect the piece from the pipe in the end of the process. And Ben is going to be blowing air through the hole at the end of the pipe. Now we're going to go into the mold. We're going to be blowing and we're expanding the walls of the piece. Once Sarah can tell that the pieces are fully expanded to the wall, she'll tap her foot and then Gabe will release the mold. So now we're going to be creating the little dollops of glass. They're going to be gathering out of the chamber of glass. This chamber sits at 2100 degrees and it goes 24/7. So now we're making the post, which is the bottom of the vase. This is just so the piece can sit flat. And this isn't necessary for all pieces. This is just a way of making sure that it is flat, and it's a really nice way of creating a design that is pretty. So Ben over there is going to be gathering a punty. And this is how we disconnect the piece from one pipe to the next one. This is how we can work with the other side of the piece. So these are some decanter pieces that are going to be sold at the Red Hot auction. And you can learn more about that at our website, museumofglass.org. We typically have our auction either the 20th or the 21st of September. So now Sarah is connecting that pipe to the other end of the piece using the tweezers. She's going to dunk those tweezers in water and go onto the connection point. This is shocking the glass, which makes the piece knock off. Can we give him a round of applause for that, please? So now Sarah is trimming that excess glass off of the piece, and she's using her tweezers to create ridges in the piece, so then it's easier for her to cut that piece off the pipe. This can just help us to elongate the neck and also create a thinner lip of the piece. Now they're going to load the piece into the annealer. This is where the piece will slowly cool down overnight. Yeah, and we can go ahead and give them a round of applause as well. And then we'll start this process again. So for those of you who are just joining us, we're making some red hot decanters. These are pieces for our annual auction. We're starting out the process by creating what we call a color overlay. This is when we have a clear bubble, and then we're going to pour that glass, the colored glass, over the clear bubble, coating a thin layer of color on the piece. So it'll look like the glass is all blue, but in reality, we just have a thin layer of glass over the piece. Could we see the color overlay video, please? So now Gabe on the bench right over there is just setting up our bubble. It's crucial to have a bubble that is nice and set up for the piece that we're making. The ideal shape for blowing out a bubble is a Q-tip shape, and we can shape that piece either using the marver, which is that table that you see that they're using to mold the piece, or we can also use the block, which is a wood piece made out of cherry wood specifically. It's going to be soaked in water, so it's nice and so then the glass doesn't burn it. And then you can make that nice Q-tip shape. So Gabe is getting ready to gather into the furnace. The furnace is that chamber of clear glass that runs 24/7, so it's always on. It's always cycling new glass. And that is how we get our glass. The way of applying color is a different process. So this process is blowing into the mold. Sarah's gonna be blowing until she sees that the walls are hitting the mold. Then she's gonna tap her foot and going to tell Gabe to open up that mold so then they can come out. Right now, Ben is grabbing some clear glass and he's going to be placing that, well, Sarah's going to be placing that onto the piece to create those dollops that you see on the example pieces here. So you can see over there, Ben is cooling down the pipe. This is a contraption that will splash water onto the pipe that will cool it down. The reason why we have to cool it down is because if we're dipping into the chamber and the pipe is really far into the chamber, it'll heat up super quickly. It's just easier for us to have a cooler pipe so we can have more leverage on the piece. So right now we are putting that clear glass onto the bottom of the piece. This is going to be creating our base of the decanter. Sarah will be using a paddle to flatten that glass so it sits nice. And then Ben is gathering a piece that we call the punty. The punty is a piece that we use to disconnect one piece from the other pipe. So we're transferring it onto the other pipe so we can work on the other side of the piece, the neck of the decanter. So Sarah will grab the pipe with her tweezers. She'll place that as centered as possible onto the piece. Then she'll dunk her tweezers in the water, putting that water onto the neck of the piece where we want to disconnect one pipe from the next pipe. That's going to shock the glass and create a tension. And then she'll knock on the pipe and the piece will come off. Once we finish the centering process, which is where we stick those tweezers into the piece and we shape it in the way that we want it to be shaped. Specifically, if the piece is not on center, then a lot of the things can go wrong. We're going to be doing the tweezing process after the centering, so that's what we're doing right now. And we're just tweezing that piece so then it's easier for us to cut into the piece to create a thinner lip on the piece. We can also use the tweezing process to pull out the neck as well, making it longer. And Sarah will be going in with the jacks, opening up that piece and also flaring the lip of the decanter as well. for those of you who are just joining us, we're making some decanters for our red hot auction. And if you have any questions or anything, just let me know. You can just raise your hand and let me know. So now that that piece is knocked off, they're going to be placing it into the annealer. This is where we cool down pieces over a 24-hour period. So we're going to start this process again, and for the people who are just joining us, we're making some pieces for our red hot auction that we have each year. These pieces, there's some examples that are right over here. These pieces start out as a little bubble that we blow. We gather out of the clear glass furnace that runs 24/7. This furnace sits at 2100 degrees. And then we're going to be applying color through a process called color overlay. Could we see the color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So right now, Gabe is just setting up the bubble in order to make these decanters. It's really important to set up a nice bubble, a nice Q-tip shape, so we can blow up the piece exactly how we want to blow it up. So now we're using a piece called the block. This is made out of cherry wood. It's soaked in the water, and we're going to be using it to shape the piece into a Q-tip shape so we can blow out that piece more. And then Gabe right over here is getting ready with the mold. This is going to be how we're going to create the uniform decanter shape. Now Sarah is creating the jack line. This is the connection between the piece and the pipe, and ultimately will be where we are knocking off the piece to transfer to the other pipe. So Sarah is blowing until the piece hits the end of the mold. Once she sees that the piece is fully blown out, she's going to tap her foot, and then Gabe will release that mold. Ben, who's assisting Sarah at the bench here, is getting clear glass out of our furnace. This furnace is running 24/7, and it sits at 2,100 degrees. Sarah is grabbing that piece of clear glass with the diamond shears. These are just one of the tools that we use to shape the glass and to cut the glass as well. So Ben is gathering some clear glass to be using for the post. The post is the bottom of the piece right here. And that's what's going to be creating that flat piece of the glass that it can sit on. You can see that Gabe is constantly flashing this piece. We want to keep the piece warm so then we can continue to working with it. So again, using the diamond shears to grab the pipe and then rotating the piece so then the piece of glass that we're putting on there is always on center. Ben is creating what we call a punty. A punty is a piece of glass that we use to transfer one piece to another pipe. This is so we can work on the neck of the decanter. So every year we design a new decanter and goblet series for our annual auction. Could we see some of the examples of pieces that have been made in the past for our annual auction, please? And if you want any information on the auctions, you can go to museumofglass.org website, and then I'll tell you all about it. The step that we're working on right now is tweezing out the lip of the decanter. There's two reasons why we do this. One is to make a thinner lip ultimately on the piece, and then the second is to elongate the neck if we're looking to do that as well. So Sarah is using the jacks to open up this lip and to flare it. And then we're getting ready to knock this piece off. The piece is going to be set into the annealer. This is where we cool down the pieces slowly overnight over a 24-hour period. And then they're going to be cold worked, which is another process that we use. This is after the pieces are fully cooled down. We can use lathes or we can use some sand to sandblast pieces to create a different texture and design and to just ultimately sharpen up the look of the piece. All right, and the piece is now knocked off. Can we give the artist a round of applause, please? Thank you. So we're going to start this process again. Gabe is gathering the bubble of clear glass that we're going to be blowing into to create the start of the piece. And gathering is a really important process that we use to get all of the glass onto the pipe. Could we see the charging the furnace video, please?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So right now we're just setting up the bubble in order to make these decanters. I'm Lily, I'm your MC for today. If you have any questions about anything, just let me know. You can just raise your hand. We just applied the color, so these pieces are going to be clear, or these pieces are going to be blue, but the pieces that you see over here are clear. These are just our prototypes. And then you can also see these goblets here. So these pieces are for our red hot auction that we have annually. It's typically the 20th or the 21st of September. You can see that Gabe right over there is cooling down the pipe in order to give it to Sarah so that she can work on the piece. And then Sarah will be using the tool called the block. This is made out of cherry wood. This is used to create a Q-tip shape for the piece, which is ideal for blowing up the piece pretty evenly. For the folks who are just joining us, we are making some decanters for our red hot auction. You can see some example pieces right over here. The pieces that we're making today will be blue. Right now, Sarah is going into the mold. She's going to be blowing up that piece until the piece hits the ends of the walls of the mold. Once she sees the reflection of the walls, she's going to tap her foot, and that is going to tell Gabe to release the mold so she can come out. And then Sarah will be using the jacks to pinch in that jack line so then we can have a disconnection between the pipe and the piece. So now Ben is going to be gathering out of our clear glass furnace. This furnace is on 24/7 and it stays at 2100 degrees. And we're just placing those clear glass little dollops onto the piece, and that's going to be creating the teardrop shape that you see here. Sarah's using her diamond shears to grab the pipe and then quickly pulling the pipe away so we can get a really nice thin part of the glass. And if you have any questions at all, just let me know. You can just raise your hand, let me know. So now Ben is gathering up some glass for the foot. The foot is the bottom of the piece that we're making, right over here. And this is just so then the piece can sit flat. So now that we have that foot on the piece, Sarah is going to be using the paddle to flatten that foot. And then the next step is going to be punting the piece off. This is when we use a pipe that has a little bit of clear glass on the end to transfer one piece to the other pipe so that we can work on the neck of the piece. So the technique of using the torch to spot heat some of the piece is because we are heating up the part that's called the moil. The moil is the part of the piece that is on the pipe, so the part of the glass that's on the pipe. The reason why we need to keep this heated is because it's the last piece that goes into the reheating chamber, so it's the most likely to get warm or to get cold. Sorry. We need it to be warm because if it starts to crack, it can shock up to the whole piece and can start to crack the piece. And then now that we've disconnected that piece, we're going to be heating up that part of the lip. We're going to be tweezing that lip, which is where we use the tweezers to pinch the glass and pull. So Sarah will be tweezing the lip, and then she will be using the tool called the straight shears, and that will be cutting the glass open and thinning out the lip and also pulling the lip out. So it has two reasons why we would be trimming. Sarah is using using the jacks to open up the piece and flare the lip. And then Gabe is using the paddle to paddle on that lip. And you can see right over there, Gabe is suiting up, so that means he's getting ready to knock off the piece. He's going to be catching it and then walking it over to our annealer where it's going to cool down slowly overnight. And we're using the hot torch just to fire polish the bottom so it's nice and smooth. And we're going to load it into the annealer. And we can give him a round of applause for that as well. So right now, Gabe is gathering out of the clear glass furnace. This furnace sits at 2100 degrees and goes 24/7. And for a video about more of the furnace information, we can play it. Could we please see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So the process that you're seeing right now is called a color overlay. This is where Ben is going to be bringing that color bar. He's going to be placing it over the pipe, and then Gabe is going to be placing that glass over the piece. That's going to give it a nice even coat of that glass. And it may look like the glass is all one color, but in reality we just have a thin layer of glass, of the colored glass, over the clear. And for those of you who are just joining us, we are making some decanters for our red hot auction. Could we see some examples of pieces from the red hot auction in the past, please? So Gabe is gathering another layer of clear glass over the piece. Then he is going to be using the tool called the block. The block is a piece of cherry wood. This is going to be soaked in water, and it's used to shape the glass into a Q-tip shape, which is ideal for blowing up the piece. So right now we're just doing a process of reheating the piece and blocking the piece. And this is so we have an even temperature on both the inside of the piece and the outside. Now we're just letting that piece cool down so we can go ahead and gather one more time over this. So now Sarah is blowing into this mold. Blowing into this mold is going to expand the walls of the piece. Once they're fully expanded, she's going to tap her foot, and that's going to signal to Gabe that they're ready to open up the mold. Sarah is now using the fluffy torch to heat up the piece of the neck. Now Ben is going to be getting that clear glass. They're gonna stick it onto the piece, then they're gonna rapidly pull that piece off, so then we can have that nice teardrop shape. For the people who have just joined us, we're making some decanters for our red hot auction. Right now we're working on the foot of the piece. So Ben is pouring some of that glass onto the bottom of the piece. Sarah will be cutting off that glass with their diamond shears, and then she'll be flattening the glass with the paddle. So now we're getting ready to do the process called the puntying. Puntying a piece means that we're transferring one piece to the other pipe. So Ben has the punty right over there. Sarah's going to stick that punty onto the other end of the piece. Then she's going to be using her tweezers to shock the end of that pipe, the piece that we want to disconnect from the pipe. So she'll dunk her hand in water and then pour that water onto the connection point. We are doing a technique called tweezering and trimming. So we'll tweeze the end of the neck, and then we'll use the straight shears to cut off that excess glass. There's two reasons why we would do this. One is to elongate the neck. Another reason is to cut off the excess glass to make the neck thinner. Now Sarah will open up the piece using the jacks. She'll go in the inside and on the top to really straighten out that neck. And then they'll heat the piece again, and then they are going to be flaring out the neck. For those of you who just joined us, we're finishing up a piece for our Red Hot auction. So we're just in the final stages of tapping this piece off. So Sarah in the middle bench here is using her tweezers to collect some water. She's placing that water onto the connection point between the pipe and the piece. She'll tap the pipe and then knock the piece off. And we can give them a round of applause for creating that piece as well. And we are going to be taking our lunch break now, so we'll be back shortly.
From the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia area. I am making a windshield for my rocket ship. So I have a solo exhibition coming up at the Seattle Art Museum. It opens May 7th, and one of the featured pieces is a giant powder pink colored rocket ship. I've been working on a series of ball barrettes over the years, some various mediums. My recent series, they were all done in glass. So the task here is to create a windshield for this rocket ship that kind of favors and lends to some of the those rounded organic shapes that are heavily featured in the exhibition. These ball barrettes have significant meaning. This rocket ship houses two pairs on either side, and so the windshield will essentially be an amalgamation of spherical elements, similar to like if you would blow bubbles at the end of that wand, where those bubble clusters just kind of come out and just fall alongside the wand, just kind of going for an organic shape. When I found out that I was going to be doing a solo exhibition at SAM, they wanted to give me enough time. I create immersive installations, so that requires a lot of planning and building out and that sort of thing. But when the year was 2025, that meant a lot of things. So I just knew that, hey, we're here, 2025. The exhibition is called Venus is Missing, and it's rooted back in my early childhood days in Richmond, Virginia, and it's focused on a specific time. I'm an 80s baby. I was born right at the height of the 80s, where the times looked a lot different than they do now. Not by much, but that was the onset of a lot of consumerism and just vibrant, saturated colors, a lot of distractions, television, just pop culture all around. For me, I like to draw from these elements that are symbolic of that time, symbolic of my childhood, that are you know, they are ubiquitous, but because they fit particularly into my narrative, then I can kind of bend and shape what that story looks like specifically for me and people who look like me. And so the ball barrettes have been a really great kind of anchor point in that I'm able to tell various stories with just that one specific object. And thinking about my 6-year-old self sitting on the carpet, we only had 3 channels. We couldn't afford cable. That was fancy. People don't even know what I'm talking about when I talk about cable. But just that space of play and imagination when you're surrounded by a lot of adult things where you just don't understand all of what's happening, why all these things are happening, and you're, you know, self-soothing, you know. So with the show at SAM, I'm finally able to budget for a team of folks that can come in and help. When this residency came up, this was like, this is perfect, because I can then have that extension of the series that I was working with at my solo exhibition a couple of years ago that featured those glass ball barrettes at the Museum of Museums, and then kind of keep that story going. I think after SAM, this might put the cap on the ball barrette series. Like, I'm just trying to complete this circle, no pun intended. Everything is, I feel like Sesame Street, brought to you by a circle. Yeah.
My name is Corey Pemberton, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. I'm a painter and a glass blower. I dabble in textiles, and I run a nonprofit. This week at the Museum of Glass, I am working to translate some quilt patterns that I've been studying into glass Marini patterns, making some intricate sort of tiles that will eventually adorn the surface of some vessels. This whole interest started when I was gifted a book called Sweetgrass by Sonia Clark, who was the department head at Virginia Commonwealth University, where I was going to school, and it was about those sweetgrass baskets. She knew that I was looking at them and was vaguely interested, and that act of her giving me that book or turning me on to that text felt in a way like I was being given permission to investigate my African roots. And I am of mixed race, and so sometimes I felt a little bit like it wasn't my place to investigate that sort of work or those sorts of interests in my work. And ever since then, I've had this interest in celebrating the makers who came before me in my lineage, potentially, and sort of inventing a history. The one pattern that we've been focusing on a lot the last few days is the log cabin quilt block. So on the Underground Railroad, there was this block that if you saw it on a quilt that was, say, hanging from a clothesline or on the outside of a barn or a home, you knew that that was a place that would be safe for you to stop and rest on your journey to freedom. And so I'm looking at that particular pattern and seeing how many different variations I can get by switching up the colors and the rotation of the Marini tiles. I also have a painting practice, so I do a lot of portraits and interiors of people who have historically not been included in the conversation in galleries and museums in terms of historical portraiture, people whose bodies fall outside of that, and who are typically depicted in moments of trauma or being extraordinary. I try to show people just existing. It's just been a really amazing opportunity already. We're only halfway through, and you know, I knew it would be special to have this amazing team here at the museum work on my designs, but there's all these little things I didn't anticipate, like how the work and the designs would develop with the minds of all of these craftspeople. You know, they're not just technicians, they all have their own background in art and in craft that is informing the stuff that we're making this week. And so yeah, I'm gonna leave with a lot to mull over and expand upon, so I'm really excited about that. I've got A lot of things sort of on the horizon. One particular opportunity that I'm really excited about is an exhibition at the Mint Museum in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm also doing a lot of work through the nonprofit Crafting the Future that I co-founded and am the director of. We have an event series called Better Together. The last time I was on this hot shop floor was for the closing demonstration for the Tacoma Glass Art Society conference. We've got one coming up at the end of this month, actually, at the Pittsburgh Glass Center. So getting ready for that, really excited. We'll have a team of black and brown craftspeople coming from across the country to celebrate one another and invite the public in to learn about glass making through our lens. So those are a couple things that I'm really excited about.
Well, thank you guys all for being here and being such an integral part of my career. I tried to narrow my focus down to, it's basically two ideas. Stop. Yep. Do you guys all understand cameo engraving? So I'm cutting through layers of color to make an image. The more white glass that I remove, the darker the shading. It's a black cylinder with a white sheet on it, and the imagery all comes from photo booth pictures. So this is a cameo engraving on a blown form, but instead of just a white rectangle, it's these kind of blobby forms. Where the white sheet glass is will still be cameo engraved, but in between there'll be a line drawing to continue the image. So it's an interrupted image. I've been trying to figure out how to explain this to everyone in a way that makes sense, but you all might just have to see it when I'm done. Yeah, I actually went to college for 2 years for animation before I got into glass. And I think that's one of the reasons I'm really drawn to engraving, is it gets imagery that I enjoy drawing into glass blowing. I love the physicality of the glass blowing and the teamwork, and then I love going home and sitting by myself for hours. It's really meditative for me to do the engraving part, and then this is like loud and fast, and you don't really have, you have to just react, you know? So this process for me really feels like it kind of encompasses both things, the way my brain works, you know? A little blowing. All right, we'll put a jack line in that. Are you okay? Yep. Yeah, I just want to blow it up now, Nick. Okay. How do you feel? Good. Okay. A little bit of heavy pick? Yeah, do you want torching or anything? Is that the cerise? The cup? Yes. I'm not yeah, left side. Can you do one more? Yeah, I got it. Take. Yeah, Sarah, that's a great one.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Cobb. I'm the hot shop director and one of the glass blowers here at the Museum of Glass. Originally, I'm from Newport, Rhode Island, and I've been living in Washington State for 22 years. Yeah, I would describe myself as a maker or an artist. I pursued glass making in art school as a material, and then I was always interested in the process of glassblowing, the pursuit of sort of technical excellence, sort of a lifetime learner, if you will, and a problem solver. So I like to have all these techniques sort of packed away in my brain so that as I think about what I want to make, I might be able to pull from that to realize my ideas. I spend a lot of time outdoors with my family. We spend a lot of time on the water, fishing, hiking, camping. So a lot of time to take in sort of the natural wonders, as it were, and be inspired by them. Very lucky to have Olympic Color Rods sponsor me this week, and use this time here at the Museum of Glass to experiment with those. And one of the things I wanted to try, I've been wanting to try for a while, is layering up three colors. The pieces that we were working on today it's sort of a general leaf shape with a bunch of lines in them to sort of represent sort of that visceral systems that you see in the leaf. I'm not trying to recreate those things, just inspired by it. The microcosm of things that are around you and sort of blowing them up to draw attention to those details. When I first started showing work, I made a variety of things that were sort of based on human anatomy. So I came up with this idea. I started making these forms that were sort of these abstract stomachs. They're very slick, modern looking pieces. When I first started sort of making these, it was two colors, right? So a transparent over an opaque, and you get this hyper-saturated surface. But that would just make the interior that one opaque color, which was typically, in this case, it was blue. So I wanted to figure out how to add something more in there. So the interior of this thing is this bright yellow, and then there's an opaque blue, and then there's a transparent blue. That modern form is kind of stuck on a pedestal. Somebody might see it across the room and walk over to it and be like, wow, that's really cool. And they read the title card at the base of the pedestal, and you can see their sort of demeanor change when they read the word stomach. They would get like, ooh, they kind of cringed. And I don't know, that was almost more interesting to me than the actual work. I don't know if creative control is not the right word, but I have a lot of input on the creative direction of the museum, from developing the Visiting Arts program, working with curatorial closely. Is having a full-time job sometimes limits your focus on your personal work. So I think over the past 22 years, this might be my third residency here. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but we facilitate other people's ideas. That's what we do. We facilitate other people's dreams coming true here in the hot shop. And to be able to have this 5 days to focus on my own work is awesome. It's incredible. The folks that are on the floor with me, Kristen Elliott, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis. This week, also Sayuri Fukuda has come down to help. There's a few others that are coming up this weekend. I mean, it's awesome. And they're all here to help me realize my ideas. And that's so special.
All right, start to go flat, Nick.
Yeah, Jordan, push it forward.
Stop. Yeah, I got a little bit of an angle there. Just give it a light one. We got to sandwich it one more time. Whew, I got to put a glove on. Oh, I said it's like punning up on the inside.
I'm sure it's in like beautiful.
No.
Yeah, so now we're gonna put a punny right here, Sarah. Ben, you wore cargo shorts so long that they come out of style, in style, and back in style. Sarah. Keep pulling. Good. Flip. Take it. I got it. To the side. Go up again. To the side. You can go this way, Ben. Either way. Nice. Flip. Start torching up there, Nick. Pull, Sarah. Stop. Let me get the other torch. Good. Now I'm gonna get out real quick. Hui. Give me some tweezers. We'll make some small stuff tomorrow. I'm okay, Nick. Let me just look at it.
How's it coming off?
You want it flat or on edge, Nick? Edge. Flip. One more flip. All right, take it. Oh, nice job, dude. Oh, I just want to watch what happens in. You got it, Nick. Perfect. That looks great. Nice job.
My name is Eleanor Anderson, and I currently live in Hamtramck, Michigan, but I'm moving to Portland, Maine. My practice is mostly grounded in textiles, but I love the process of learning other mediums and playing in other genres. So I work mostly making large-scale fabric collages, and those incorporate a variety of different textile techniques. Sometimes weaving, sometimes knitting, sometimes hand embroidery. I think a lot about the human urge to play. Compositions where I stay fully engaged in the whole process. I don't have a preconceived plan before I go into them, so they really come about in a emergent way rather than a pre-planned sort of I have a sketch or something like that. I came in with a lot of experiments that I started during the residency at Pilchuck, and then this week they're all getting a lot bigger. We're making some glass bricks or squares that I'm going to be later using in an installation. And I've also been experimenting with flame marking stringer into a knot pattern, and so these are getting applied to different vessels, like some bowls and vases. I think this afternoon we're going to do a smushed cup, a bunch of cups that kind of get compressed. I think they might be, maybe they'll exist on the blocks, or maybe they'll exist on a table or in constellation with other works. But I just love that. I love that they're so vibrant. I love that they stay luminous, and they can be both matte and transparent and sandblasted or shiny, and the light reflects and they glow. It's really like a collaboration between me and the material, or me and machine.
I'm Cedric Mitchell. I'm a Los Angeles-based glass artist. I think, as an artist, it's just, you have to, one, believe in yourself, And then, I spent a lot of time with perpetual practice. I come from a production background. A lot of my influences come from Editorial Sotsas and the Memphis Design Group, Nickelodeon, so like childhood cartoons and like old school 90s and 80s toys that came from that era. And then also playground equipment, incorporate bright and vibrant colors and, with a mixture of like these black and white stripes and these crazy like busy patterns. Glass was like a wide open lane. Like when I first started blowing glass, just doing research on like famous black glass artists and realizing that there weren't very many of those people. So like my search results generated like Deborah Moore, Thurman Statham, and Shay Rhodes. Those are like my 3 reference points. And then just realizing that needs to change. So instead of like looking into them, it's just like becoming one myself. I was like, so it's like a beam. Like I usually like make these really tight, crisp forms and things like that. But I started talking about this thing called the modern funk aesthetic, and then I started looking at my stuff, my work, and it's like it's not funky enough, So like making it a little more funky, like adding like this crazy wild pattern and like some softer type shapes where it's not super crispy and then maybe off center a little bit, and then some elements are still like straight, like it's straight here and straight here, but it's like a little funky in there. And then you're still using like those traditional techniques like Marini and Kane and then the Encamo technique, but then like trying to make it mine. Yeah.
In the background, is that Kane? Is that opaque?
It'll be opaque, so like opaque color. So the first one I think type effect. And then also like planning to like how can these vessels or these patterns that I'm creating with traditional techniques also roll over into like fashion. Fashion also plays a role as me being like a former musician or a rapper. So like being highly involved in fashion and staying in tune with those things. And then also like hip hop as well, like the graffiti art, the cheetah print came from like fashion, like back in the 90s and the 80s where that was coming about. And then also like wrestling, so like my favorite wrestlers also had like bright colors like Macho Man and then like Sting. Trying to incorporate some of those things in my work. Everything that we're doing is like experimentation, so we've been just like trying new ideas of like shapes and then just figuring out what the Marinis are doing. They're like in the spaces where they're hot, where the Marini are, they create like this weird like bubbles and things. So it's a little lumpy, like a tortoise shell, which adds to the funkiness and the irregular shape. And then embracing that, you spend so much time chasing mastery and making these things really nice, and then you hear people say that it's too nice. So there's no uniqueness to it, or it looks like it came from IKEA. So like switching it up and then just generating, a one-time thing. This will not be recreated again. So all the forms that I'm making, I don't plan on making them again.
My name is Nate Watson, and I live and work between San Francisco and Louisville right now. I work between disciplines and mediums. I work intuitively and through research. My work is additive. It's changing all the time. The way that I start in the morning isn't the way that I end at night, and so my ideas shift and change. But there's a visual language that I've carried with me for the last 25 years. I try to create a container, and my process is essentially vessels, containers, assemblages. I try to build works or take on projects that deal with those felt things that tend to be a little bit more invisible. I think as an artist, I think of myself sometimes as a translator, and also making things I've come to understand is really healing for me as well, and I think it is for others. Well, the funnel is a shape that I've worked with and around for a long time now, and I just did a little bit of research and kind of looked up that form and that shape and found that it had been applied to everything from universal expansion and the shape of the universe to also data visualization and how people chart issues and things like that. You can segment different parts, their facets and things like that. And for me, it's become more of a metaphor for the accumulation of experience and things, and having those things be focused down to like a point or a moment. So all of the experiences, the things that everyone's done to get to that level where they can work together seamlessly, and then focus all that energy in that moment and make it happen, that is the funnel. And the funnel is actually happening. It's the team. It's a group of people making the work.
My name is Victoria Amadisa de Melendez. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm an artist who works with glass, and I work with the medium in multiple different ways. Right now, I primarily work with glass in the hot shop, blowing, also neon and flame working, and then I utilize or combine these ways of working with glass depending on the idea for my piece. I'm half Puerto Rican and half Persian, so I was looking at a lot of the Middle Eastern glass in Corning's collection and taking inspiration from that. And also my mother was a collector. My mom's Puerto Rican, but she was a collector of American glass and things like, we had objects like that in our home growing up. So, I'm trying to use form as this portal to storytelling and content, if that makes sense. Like today we're working on this Persian candlestick holder from the 13th century, and I want to give it like a bit of a contemporary update, like keep these ideas in our kind of cultural consciousness or something. So I've been really inspired by these forms that are 13th century Syrian mosque lamps, and they were always very elaborately gilded and enameled and decorated. So in looking at these historic forms, I kind of wondered what my ornamentation on the surface would be and why. And so here at Museum of Glass, I'm using this stamp that looks like an eye, and for me it's referencing the idea of the evil eye, an emblem that offers the wearer protection from jealousy or ill will. I just feel like it's so meaningful to be able to sit in this bench and blow glass here at the Tacoma Museum of Glass. It's it's a big stage to be on and a huge honor, and it just feels like something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, and something that really has brought me joy and a lot of confidence and pride in my work.
I like to explore many different techniques in glass making. I feel like glass just has an endless amount of techniques to learn, and I like to sculpt glass, and I like to play with different techniques, and I like to combine different techniques too. In making the ammonites, they're kind of a challenging form to make. I think that's why I keep making them. It's like maybe trying to find the perfect wave. Yeah, what I like about the ammonites is that it's just kind of a cool index fossil that dates the layers of Earth. So I think it's an interesting idea that makes me think of our past. I feel like in making the ammonites, I started to cut them open and see what was happening on the inside. So I felt like what do I really love from that? What do I really love from that? Does it really have to be an ammonite or a shell or a thing? And then I felt like, well, let's just play around with the glass and let it do its fluid thing and make Marini and do color folds and chop it up and see what that looks like on the inside. I love how you can see them turning in the shop. It's flat as it's been cut through or something, and on the other side you have this beautiful pour surface. The surface of the glass hasn't really been touched, so it has this really beautiful quality of magnifying what's behind it. So I just want to see both of those sides, so I need to figure out a way to display those.
My name is Fumi Amano. I'm originally from Japan, but currently I'm living in Seattle area. It's my first time doing the visiting artist program here, but when I moved to the US in 2013, I was in Seattle and helping lots of glass artist friends. So because I really wanted to experience in glass studio, so I was kind of helping lots of glass artist friends in this hot shop as well. I was assigned to make a sculpture with glass for a new concourse C at SeaTac Airport. So I'm working with the museum team to create lots of rondelles for that sculpture. I was inspired by the nature in Pacific Northwest, especially moss. It's such a beautiful nature, so I use a lot of cans to create like a moss-looking texture on the rondelles. So it's kind of a lot of experiment in the hot shop, but I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I can't wait to make rondelles with it. It's a kind of like a patient time, like, you know, pulling cans 1 day, 2 days, all days. But, you know, after that, we can just roll up and making lots of rondelles. So I can't wait to do that. Yeah, I do use different mediums. Like I use lots of mundane objects or some like old furnitures. I use old window frames or some like bed legs or something like old recycled materials to create sculptures. And also I really like to make a large-scale installation and sculptures with different materials. I was drawn to glass blowing at first. Then like I started using lots of different techniques in glass because it's such a beautiful craft material. Yeah, it's so satisfying to see like a really good glass artist like manipulating glass so smoothly. It's so satisfying to watch. So, yeah. It's gonna be a public art at the airport. The most exciting part is maybe my family could see my work when they, you know, visit me. Then they will see my piece at first. So that's I'm so excited about this project. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Like, I see a lot like rondelles we made yesterday. Like, it's kind of like an experiment. So because I'm trying to make rondelles with kind of like a texture look like moss, it's a kind of challenging for us, like how to make and how it would look like as a result on the rondelles. So I really like how it turns out. Like I have a lot of designs on the paper, but you know, working with materials, that would change a lot how it would look like in, real glass. So I really enjoy the kind of like a conversation with the material. Okay, I want to do this, and the material answered. So now I see the answer, and now I have to, go back to the material, what I'm gonna do. So I really enjoyed that conversation with material so far.
I'm Jay. I'm from Canada. Sorry. I am super excited to be here. I was super surprised and delighted when I got that email. So I just have all these gestures that we can then play with the forms. So like this one might have this kind of at the bottom here. It just looks like it's kind of like sliding on the floor or melting. And then up here it's kind of off center. And then these will be playful up here. They don't take long to make, which is what scared me about coming here. So that's why there's a lot of double overlays. But we didn't pop the bottoms out on these ones because I'm like, okay, well, I wanted to figure out how these things go together first, and then the opening up the bottom could be another thing, which would be this time. So I've never blown into that mold, so we should probably just try it. Maybe it's like a clear one or something like that. But
it looked pretty fresh.
It was fresh. It's very fresh. Jason Murphy made that for me. We just want to pull tubes because I thought it'd be cool if we had different thicknesses of tubes, we could cut them into sections and glue them together. So as the neon went through it optically, they would change.
Low pressure.
Yeah. Let's have some fun. Especially that one, which totally looks like Mars Attack.
That's where
They are Bristol green and gold ruby, like K3. Yeah, I think, and we're gonna do the long pull up up from there, like maybe tomorrow or something like that.
What do you mean?
We're gonna try basically pulling this out, but then just doing it from up top, so it drops in, and then just bend it into a U there and try and manipulate it.
Okay.
We've been trying.
Yeah. No success?
We've had some turn brown, which is an interesting color.
Yeah, that's the selenium coming out of solution. When it gets heated up, basically, the different molecules of the different chemistries that are in there come out of solution, and they basically go out of phase, and that's where that milkiness comes from. So it's about how you heat your color out. When in there, when you drop it, heat it, when you do it, and then how you do your gather. So if you keep the whole thing clear in terms of your heat and have it strike when it comes out there, that's when you'll get that true red. But that muddiness is just from that initial heat up.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
That's how it works.
I might want to break this one and see what she looks like in the middle.
Okay. It's your neon world. I'm just living in it. It's kind of a beautiful size. I don't know. Is that way too big?
Oh, like the diameter? The diameter is fine. I am worried that she
It's too thick?
a little thick.
Yeah, just score it.
She might even be a little thin. But definitely usable.
Sweet.
At least this whole section is.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, like, if we did with the difference between the opaque and the, you know what I mean?
This will be a really light, nice,
soft. Oh, lovely. Like, you just.
Not ideal, but not bad.
Well, it's our first pulls. We'll get better.
Exactly. And for polls, these are good too.
Sweet.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Is that cool? Okay.
You're just going to do one gather over?
No, probably two. Like the tube should be about that big. YouTube.
This is a thicker thing, right? This polished thing?
Yeah. So I think maybe the tube should be about like that wide.
Okay. And how finished you is like?
It doesn't even have. That seems big, but.
Yeah, it could be big.
It could be big, I guess.
But, well, I don't know. So 2-inch diameter.
The green is denser than the pink, so. It's a good question. I think I got 2 gather. That wide, if it goes like that. It'd be kind of funny if it was like a short one. Well, I'd kind of
always be short.
Yeah.
Depends where you cut it.
That's true. That's fair.
So just try to make a nice bend.
Yeah, it's just
We get really artificial looking ruby. So you want a color sample of this guy?
Sure.
And then one of the cobalt. Do you want neon and argon of both of them?
If we do that, then I'll know what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will turn gray.
Okay.
That will turn purple with our neon. Yeah, we'll do 2 color samples of each.
Okay, cool. Then we can see, like, we can look through different colors and see what they look like, sort of thing.
Cap? Yeah.
No cap. No, I'm just kidding.
No cap.
Jay.
My name is Jason Christian. I reside from Ballard, Washington, originally from Coopville, Woodby Island, Washington. I've been making glass for 28 years. I started in a factory called the Glass Eye Studio in Seattle, Washington. I was lucky enough to be in Seattle where it was the golden era of glass in the city. There was lots and lots of studios, so I could at any given day walk into a studio and just open the doors and learn. I started coming here months after it opened, so it's been fun to grow with the team and know everyone and meet all the people that have come and gone and stayed, and it's a part of me and part of my career, so I'm grateful for having me and being a part of my life. They're massive. We're pushing the scale. These are some of the biggest ones I've ever made. First of all, I love the texture of glass patterns that you make. The traditional patterns like Radicello and Merletto, the filigrana patterns, and I love to be able to actually like touch those patterns and feel that. It's like a fabric. patterns and colors, I make those all by myself. So like the reticello and all the Marini and stuff, I can make that. I've taught myself how to make that by myself. So when I was designing these, it was really important to me to be able to have that visually, that texture being exposed, and to be able to touch it, to get that sense of touch in the piece. There is a deeper meaning to those pieces. My stepfather, when I was 12 years old, kind of brought my mom and I back together. My mom had left my life when I was 3, and then we were able to kind of mend that with my mom. My stepfather bought me this yo-yo, and one that lights up red and blue on either side, and you throw it, it lights up. And it was this object that forever I have a memory of us coming together. And it's funny, when we're making this object here in the hot shop, when those two sides kind of come together, there's some kind of metaphor within that. I met a lot of these guys, when they were in high school, Trenton and Jack, and I have a 4-year-old son. It's cool to kind of get in touch with the youth that way too, so I kind of know what's going on in my son's life a little bit, so yeah.
I'm from Hong Kong. My name is Kun. I started glass blowing in Hong Kong because I was born and raised in there. But by the time that I started glass blowing, there was only one glass studio. So I never thought of having glass as my career or like having like a future dedicated with it. But by the time I graduated that year, the one and only glass technician retired and asked me to take over his job. So I took that opportunity and my glass journey started there. Glass blowing is a teamwork. I love working with people, but because I started in Hong Kong by myself, so I didn't really have assistants or anything like that to work with, so I have to figure out a way to make it work when I work by myself. So I understand glass through my own practice. Like, you'll have to get it very hot, how to like move your hand. So when you're holding a pipe, you'll still be able to do a lot of different angles. So that's how I started. So then even if I have a chance to work with someone else, I keep that practice. It's kind of muscle memory right now. Since I started glass blowing, I always do figurative objects because I'm very into cartoon children books, because that's the way how I learn about like stories, and when people try to teach you something, it's always start with illustration, right? So that's where I start. Now I'm working on a series about my Hong Kong identity. I'm using this character called Lo Tang. Is a mythological character that based in Hong Kong. They have a fish head and human body, so it couldn't live in the sea or the land. It's gonna be like in between, a struggle either way. So this is how I feel about coming from Hong Kong to the United States. When I first started, glass color are very expensive, and I started in Hong Kong. Imagine you have to buy something and have it shipped all the way to Hong Kong. It's very expensive. So when I started, I only do clear, black, and white. That's how I learned. And I think that's helped me a lot throughout thinking about color, because I started with shading only. So then I have a more understanding of, okay, how could I make work actually look cohesive when it put together with color. So that's how I learned, that's my practice. And then I came here to the United States taking workshops from a lot of different people, like Karen, Jason, Raven, Robin, and Julia. So I learned how to apply color with these people, and I try to like steal little things from different people and then try to put it into my own work.
I'm Bree Chesler, and I'm from Seattle, Washington. This is my first solo exhibition hosted by a museum. So the Museum of Glass put a lot of faith into my ability to pull this off and do a full-on installation in their space. What makes it special is not only that it's an institution founded in glass as a medium, but the fact that they were willing to allow me to push the medium to the limit and put it outside of the box of tradition. And so by using glass in all of its mediums, all of its ways of manipulating it, so neon, kiln form glass, casting, hot shop, flame working, I integrate everything and really highlight the ways that the material acts when it's caught in like an unorthodox moment. I saw my residency with the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team as an opportunity to expand my studio practice a step further. So I focused on making really detailed glass elements that will act as the central components for larger installation work. And that series, I'm pushing in a direction where it actually is more physically kinetic and interacts with the audience. So a lot of it will be hooked up to proximity sensors and motion sensors that detect the presence of the audience and react to them. So when you initially walk into the space, the work will remain static and it will become alive as you walk through and engage with each individual piece. In a way, all of the work in here speaks to that, speaks to how I use the medium and how I highlight it in different ways. I would say specifically the things that people don't recognize as glass usually are. So I think that's kind of a fun play on the material, is sometimes I hide its identity and it really makes people question what it is. The aesthetic that I put onto my work that has that kind of whimsical, it could look childlike, or it could look like pre-teeny a little bit sometimes. I do that intentionally as a distraction to the audience. So it is meant to lure you in, kind of like a sugar-coated candy that's sour inside. You're gonna walk into this space kind of mesmerized and excited, but if you spend time with the work, you start to reveal these darker layers and complexities that make up the bigger picture. For me, the future of my career, what I really want to do is have a solo exhibition at the Guggenheim and be a Guggenheim Fellow. I really want to bring glass to an arena in the art world where it's not just isolated as a craft medium and as a medium that's seen as this delicate and fragile kind of material. I really want to amplify and show off the qualities of glass that speak to that kind of gestural, emotional narrative that you can really capture. And I feel like the art world hasn't really given glass that opportunity yet. There hasn't been that many people that have pushed outside of making a beautiful object. And so that's really what I'm focused on doing as far as advancing the material as I grow my practice. So my hope is just to make my work more and more interactive, to the point where it can't be ignored. You have to have an encounter with it, and it's just close enough to living where it has a fantastical kind of energy to it. But I still think that I'll always draw from my personal experiences when it comes to concepts and the ideas that kind of underpin the work.
I'm Cheryl Derricat, and I'm a visiting artist in the Museum of Glass, and I live and work in San Francisco, California. I've been making a conceptual portrait of Sally Hemings this week during my residency. Most people know Sally Hemings as the mother of 6 of Thomas Jefferson's children. However, Sally was also a seamstress, and that was her position within Monticello plantation life. So we've been creating sculptural objects that represent her work as a seamstress. So we have some samples in front of me. I've been making oversized spools of thread, and I tried to choose historic colors that would have been prevalent in the 1780s, early 1800s when Sally Hemings and Thomas Jefferson were alive. We've also made some oversized sewing needles in glass, and some of the even larger pieces are scissors and irons. I tend to have a research-based practice, so a lot of times I will be triggered, quite frankly, by a phrase I hear or something I read, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And I start, following that and researching it. I got interested in history pretty young. I was a history minor in college, so I always enjoyed it. And I think as an adult and as an artist, I began to see that we were having a lot of
Hello everybody, my name is Katie and I'll be your MC for the day. I'll start by giving you all a basic overview of the glass blowing process. So right now, Gabe is starting a color overlay drop. So this is a solid bar of glass that we use. We heat this up and it goes on top of the glass bubble to create a color overlay on top of the clear glass. Can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So everything we do here in the hot shop starts in the furnace. The furnace is a large ceramic tank that holds up to 1,000 pounds of hot glass and rests at about 2100 degrees. So as you just saw, Gabe gathered out of the furnace, shaped it into a cylinder, and then blew air into the pipe, creating that starter bubble in the glass. So today on the hot shop floor, the artists are creating the decanters for the annual Red Hot auction. We have some examples right over there on the light box for you to see. Every year, an annual limited edition goblet and decanter set are created for the auction, where they're sold exclusively there. Can we please see the year's past decanter and goblets? So here we have some examples of the previous decanters and goblets they've done. So gorgeous. So as you can see, each year they do a unique and different design, different from the previous year. So today we have the theme this year is kind of a seahorse underwater theme. We have a little close-up example of the seahorse that is seen on the stem of that goblet, but today we're making the decanters. If you're interested in learning more about the Red Hot auction, you can learn more at museumofglass.com. The annual Red Hot Gala happens every September around the 20th to 21st. Once again, my name is Katie, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys have today. So once again, Gabe is gathering out of the furnace. Glass has a certain viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself. The texture of the molten glass is similar to honey, so it likes to wrap around itself, and it'll stay nice and round. So next, Gabe is using the block to shape and stabilize the molten hot glass. Using the block keeps the core of the glass the same temperature as the outside temperature. An even temperature in the glass is an important thing because it allows the internal bubble to expand evenly. So I just got a wonderful question. So that step that Gabe just did with the water over there, that is called the pipe cooler. So as we gather more glass on the pipe, it starts to heat up quickly, and that heat just travels up to the hands. So we like to use the pipe cooler to use water to cool down that pipe so it's more comfortable to handle. So right there, Gabe is just using the shears to remove any impurities from the glass. With the decanter design, it's important to have pure color. So you'll notice throughout this process, Gabe is reheating the glass inside the reheating chamber, which we call the glory hole. The glory hole doesn't contain any glass and is about 21 to 2300 degrees. Can we please see the glory hole slide? All right. So this slide just explains a little bit more about the glory hole. It's powered by natural gas and forced air, and we use this to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. So you'll see Sarah's using a tool called the papers. This is really just folded up newspapers soaked in water that we use to shape the glass into the desired shape. This tool allows us to get as close as we can to touching the glass with our actual hand than any other tool. So right here, Sarah's using a tool called the jacks, used to create the jack line. The jack line is the initial constriction point of the piece that we use to break the piece off later. So here Sarah is sticking the glass into a mold and blowing air into it. This creates the desired shape for the decanter. So blowing air into the glass while it's in the mold allows the air to expand the glass out, forcing it to take shape of that wooden mold. In the glass blowing process, there's a lot of times that we'll have to start over or remake a piece because with glass blowing, there's just so many different things that need to be just right to get the desired outcome. So the heat and the shaping and the speed of which you turn, everything has to be just right, which leaves a lot of room for error. So once again, we're just starting this process off by gathering out of the furnace to create our initial starter bubble. So for those of you who might have missed when we first started out, Ben is heating up a piece of glass called color block. It looks just like this. It's a piece of glass that is condensed color that we heat up and put over the clear bubble to create a color overlay. This allows us to have the effect of a completely colored glass while it's really just clear in the center. Oh, right. So the team here today is the permanent hot shop team. So Sarah, Gabe, and Ben are our main Museum of Glass blowers. So they're here full time. But we do occasionally have visiting artists visit the museum. I think we just had Scale Yo-Yo as our, oh, Jason Christian was our very last artist here just the day before, I believe. So the color overlay that you just saw was used with color bar. So that's the condensed glass in that color block that they melt and just cover over it. But frit is what we use. It's little chopped up pieces of glass that we just coat the clear glass in to create a similar effect, but ultimately it creates a different opacity.
I don't know if you guys met before. We had her out a couple years ago as a visiting artist at Hilltop.
Oh, that's so cool.
You're the MC now, huh?
Yeah, I'm filling in for Emily right now, but because I think she's been a little bit sick this week. But I did third Thursday last time, so I think they're gonna have me fill in wherever they can. So,
Nice.
yeah.
That's awesome.
I know, I'm excited.
Congrats. You getting excited for Gas?
I cannot wait. We're like finishing up the costume for the fashion show right now. Laura Donifer came in on Tuesday to like kind of go over everything, and it's so crazy. Everything's like real now. And Lily and I are kind of freaking out, but we're excited.
Nice. I'm excited for you guys.
Doing good. How are you?
What's up, brother?
What's going on, man?
How you doing?
Guys headed up north here or coming back?
She's going to Field Truck, yeah.
I know.
So cool.
Cool. You guys start Sunday, right? Yeah.
Wow.
It's first time. I've never been.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've never been up there.
So cool.
Yeah, it'll be fun. Yeah, sounds like a good group of people. You guys be hanging out in the woods.
Yes, I know. I'm excited. I think this is the most outdoors I've been in like years. So I was like, I have my bug spray, I have my sleeping bag, I'm ready.
Bug spray probably won't quite need yet. It's still gonna be pretty cold at night. Hopefully you brought some layers.
Tons of layers. Everyone was like, here's the layers, extra socks.
Yeah, it'll be a little cool at night. Days should be pretty nice. Weather shaping up pretty good actually. Is it 1 week or 2 weeks? 2 weeks? You'll get a nice, you'll probably get rained on. At least once, if not 10 times. You'll be all right.
Lily's also going up Saturday. Lily's also gonna be up there too.
Oh, for what?
For Pilchuck. Like I don't know exactly what she's. I don't know if she's doing like the program or if she's doing like working up there. I'm not too sure. She didn't like explain it.
Yeah, she's an assistant. Yeah,
Okay. Okay, that's good.
I'm not gonna be up there. I'm just gonna drive a day.
You're like chilling.
Okay,
You're like,
that's cool.
Yeah, she's just, they usually have Hilltop folks go and assist the residency.
That's cool.
I'll be at
It's like a people of color residency, so they usually try to pick like people of color.
For sure. Yeah.
excited?
That's really exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realize that she was 18. I was like, what? I thought
Yeah.
she was just 12.
I know,
Like,
it's so crazy.
how are you a junior now?
I'm a junior. I turn 18 in October, so I'm like almost there. I hope I can do like some type of like assisting job or even just like work staff. Maybe sometime next year. Like I think that'd be so much fun.
Yeah, the first thing I did was work in the kitchen up there. And that's usually where a lot of people start is either like kitchen or maintenance. Maintenance is just kind of like looking after like the grounds and like taking out the trash and stuff. And then the kitchen's like preparing for food.
Yeah, I'd love to do like any of that kind of stuff. It'd be so much fun.
Yeah, they like us Hilltoppers up there, so I'm sure if you apply for the kitchen, you'll probably get it.
Awesome.
She's getting married in August, and it'll be like an outdoor thing.
All right. So right here, Gabe is just cooling down the glass so that When we gather another gather out of the furnace, the glass will stick to itself instead of melting off into the tank.
Pilchuck? Oh no, I was there for the Indigenous retreat last weekend.
Just a reminder, guys, my name is Katie and I'm your MC for today. Today on the Hot Shop floor, the team is creating the decanters for the annual Red Hot sale. We have a limited edition goblet and decanter design for each year. So you'll see one example right up here on the light box of what we're making this year. Can we please see some examples of the year's past designs? If you're interested in learning more about the Red Hot auction, you can learn more at museumofglass.org. Our annual Red Hot Gala is every year in September around the 20th to the 21st. Hey guys, how are you doing today?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. Are you guys like a group?
Yeah, we're from the Evergreen Beauty College.
Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. Are you guys is this for like an arts program or is it just like a fun?
We're just going on a field trip.
Okay, that's cool. That's awesome. So once again, Sarah is blowing into this mold. When she blows air into the glass, this forces it to expand into the shape of the wooden mold, giving us the desired shape for the decanter. So now Sarah is using the jacks to create the initial break-off point for the piece. This is important because it helps create a spot where we can break the piece off onto the punty later off in the process. Once again, my name is Katie and I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys have. Right here, Ben is just gathering glass out of the furnace to create the designs that you can see on the side of the decanter on the light box right here. So now Ben is gathering out of the furnace to create the punty. So the punty is a small piece of glass on a separate pipe that we use to connect to the bottom of the decanter so that we can break the piece off by the jack line and transfer it to work on the other side of the piece. Right. So this glass piece is going to be used as the foot for the decanter. If you're close enough, you can see right here, there's a little clear puck on the bottom that allows it to sit without risking damage. My bad. So right here, Sarah and Gabe used 2 paddles to create a square line so that that piece on the bottom, the clear foot, will have the correct hockey puck shape. Now Ben is creating the punty to attach to the bottom of the piece. So that is called the fluffy torch, what Sarah just used. It's designed to spot heat areas. It can get up to about 2,500 degrees, and it's great for preheating the glass or isolating the heat onto the moil to keep it hot and keep it from cracking. So here, Sarah's just attaching that punty to the bottom of the foot to transfer the piece so that she can work on the other side. Yeah, I'm at TCC.
Yeah, I'm just taking her up there.
You're not up there this session.
So right here, Sarah's just using the tweezers to make sure that decanter is on center. What she's doing here, just lifting up one side, is kind of forcing the glass on center to that punty.
That's what I've been telling her. How long is it? 2 weeks? What are you guys ball and glass company at?
So here Sarah is using the trimming shears to create a thinner, more even lip on the decanter. Okay.
Yeah, you're saying you're doing see?
Yeah. Right now my classes are only, like I only have in-person classes Tuesday and Thursday, and there's like no class today because it's like ed planning day, so they had me come down and MC for Emily.
Nice. Have you done this much, or is this like?
I did it like one time before, like 2 years ago. I did the last third Thursday, and then I'm doing this now. So this is like kind of my third time, but I'm also doing it Friday. So thank you. Oh yeah, last time wasn't as good. I was a little nervous, but it was third Thursday, so it didn't really like matter. So here is what appears to be the finished decanter. Right now we're getting ready to knock it off. So Sarah is going to use water to create tiny stress fractures on the bottom of the decanter while Gabe grabs it with the preheated tongs. Now the piece goes into the annealer where it cools down to room temperature over a period of around 16 hours. Amazing. Can we get a round of applause, please? So that is the entire process to just make one decanter. Once again, my name is Katie, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys have today. Thanks, guys, for coming in today. We hope we see you again. Thank you. Oh, yeah.
They all wear special glasses.
Oh.
They all wear special glasses.
So the glasses we use are just ordinary safety glasses. For this process, just these works perfectly fine to protect from any heat or flying glass. But for special blue flames, we use a special type of glasses to like prevent our eyes from strain. Yeah, because the colors.
Just look into the oven. Must be a special glasses.
Oh, even these are just like typical glasses, just to prevent from the heat burning your eyes.
It's not like special for
Yeah. Yeah, no, these ones are just standard protection glasses. Yeah. Super. Yeah, so that's the annealer. It like cools the glass down from the really hot temperature to room temperature. So for these pieces, it'll take about 16 hours. But if you were going to anneal something that was really big and solid, it could take up to days or weeks to get safely down to temperature. Because if we do it too fast, it shocks the glass, and there'll be fractures and cracks, and then it'll eventually explode.
So temperature is like constant for 16 hours.
Yeah, it well.
It drops.
Yeah, it drops very, very slowly over time. Yes.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you for coming in.
Evergreen a couple weeks ago, and we
What's that?
Can I have a piece of broken glass as a souvenir?
Of broken glass? Sorry, we're not. Wait. Yeah, we can't today because all of this glass is not annealed, so it's a big hazard because eventually it will like explode, and because it's not properly annealed.
It's still hot?
Yes, this glass is still hot over here.
Oh, on the floor?
Yes. Sorry about that, but
What percentage of your glass breaks?
it's a very okay. So it's pretty low. Right.
So we got to experience a not so often event.
Right. This is a rare occurrence.
And this is the piece that cools off the rod.
Yeah, this right here. So we press this pedal here, and it's kind of like a water fountain. The water just like bubbles up and cools down the hot pipe.
Nice.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for coming in today.
So one of the things that I try to do, if people do ask for something from them, like if they want a souvenir, be like, oh, you can go to our gift store and they actually have some really low cost things if you want a souvenir.
Okay,
You know
thank
what I'm
you.
saying? Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry.
Make sure you can play the music again, because if you can't, I can hear the thoughts in my head. We don't want that.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah, I think we've been worked through Jason, so he's probably your best contact.
Yeah. So, I guess I could ask. I do got a truck now.
Do you?
Yeah. I got a Tundra.
Wow.
So today on the floor, the Hot Shop team is creating the decanter design for our annual Red Hot auction event. We have some examples right there on the light box of what we'll be making today. So right here, Gabe just cooled off the pipe before passing it off to Sarah, who is using the block to shape and regulate the heat inside the glass. Blocking the glass allows the heat to be even, so then when we blow the bubble in, the bubble expands nice and evenly. Bye. It was good meeting you. Have fun at Pilchuck.
Good to see you guys.
So right here, Sarah's just using the papers to shape the glass. The papers are folded up newspapers that are soaked in water to create a layer that you can use to shape the glass almost with your bare hand. This is as close as you can get to touching the glass than with any other tool. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, today, were they making the decanters when you came in? Okay, yeah, we're still making those now. We did make the goblets, I think, last week or the week before, but yeah. Yes, we're still doing the pretty much, but yeah. But thanks for coming back and visiting. I'm sure you learned a lot from the first half of the day when we had this, but if you have any more questions, you can let me know. My name is Katie, and I'd be happy to answer them for you. Yeah. So when they put the color on, it's kind of like, I don't know if you saw this process before. Okay, perfect. So it's like a solid bar of color, kind of like this. So they stick that on a little piece of glass, and they heat this up and drop it onto, like on top of the clear bubble, and then they kind of wrap it around, so it appears just like this to be like
top
full.
of the clear.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that the case with all colored glass like that?
Not all. So we also use frit, which is like, it's kind of like this, but chopped up tiny little pieces of frit that comes in an array of sizes, and that is like
a glaze.
Pretty much.
Like I would do in pottery, kind of.
Yeah, kind of. It's like it's almost like imagine gravel or like sand, and then it's like the hot glass, and it just sticks on top and melts. So exactly. So it's also on top, but just the process of getting there is a little different. So color bar will give a more even one-toned example, and frit will be kind of like scattered.
Right.
But also using frit allows you to build up the opacity, whereas color bar, it just kind of, it matters how much you have. So like if you had just a little bit, it'd be super sheer, but if you have like a good chunk, it'd be quite opaque. Hi guys, my name is Katie, and I'm. Please let me. Awesome. Today, the Hot Shop team is creating the limited edition decanter design for this year's Red Hot auction. We just put the foot on the bottom of the decanter, so I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys have. Oh yeah, go for it. So the temperature of the furnace, which we gathered the glass out of, sits at about 2100 degrees, so it's very hot. The glass inside is about the consistency of honey, so because it's so hot. So glass has a certain viscosity that allows it to stick to itself as the artist gathers up a bit on the pipe. So then after they gather on the initial blowpipe, they blow a bubble into it, and that's kind of the initial starter bubble for the piece. So what Ben is doing right now is he's creating a punty to attach to the bottom of the foot on the decanter. So the punty allows us to break the piece off and work on the other side. Right, so glass blowing is definitely a team sport. There are certain things that you can do by yourself if you're gonna do just a small sculpture piece, but definitely anything where you're gonna be attaching punties, blowing, putting bits on, that's definitely, you need at least 3 people. It's great for learning about teamwork and working together, for sure.
I was trying to think if it was like in the shop and stuff. I mean, are there like with mass production?
Yeah.
Is it mostly?
So So when they do, so when they do it like that, a lot of people will use a blow hose. So they attach like a tube on the end of the pipe with like a little mouthpiece so that they can like blow for, yeah. Exactly. Well, yeah. So they do that, but even with that, sometimes you'll need another person to do stuff like paddle or shield or anything like that. So, but in major glass blowing production studios, they'll typically have groups of like 2 to 3 people, I want to say, like on a bench creating those pieces. Hi guys, welcome in. So that tool Sarah just used is called the fluffy torch. This allows us to spot heat one part of the piece to get that hotter than the rest. So right now Sarah's torching that so that she can use the shears to trim the piece to make the lip thinner and more even. Not this weekend. I'm taking the SATs, so I can't like. Are you a student? I'm a junior. Right. I think I'm doing the ones in May for the like I think we're doing some at the end of the month. What? Oh right. Well, I think if we're doing ones later in the month, I'm doing that one. Yeah, I'm working that one. Welcome in, guys. Is this your first time in the hot shop? Well, oh, wait, you haven't been and you have been.
Well, not this one, but.
Oh, okay. But yeah, that's really exciting. Today we're making decanters for the annual Red Hot auction. So this is the limited edition design they're making for this year. But right, so my name is Katie. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have throughout this process. But yeah, thank you.
Are those molds that you use right there to form
Yes.
glass, so you actually get a standardized form?
Exactly. That's a great comment. So inside this blue tub over here, we have some glass molds that we use. We stick the glass inside the mold and blow it up, and that the air forces the glass outward to take the shape of the wooden mold, exactly to get a standardized shape as for the auction.
Where do y'all get your glass from? Y'all actually make it yourself? Sand and
Right, so the glass is a mix of silica, soda, lime, and ash. I'm not sure where, we don't make it here, but I don't know for sure where we source it from, but
that's
it's...
gotta be laboratory grade to get it that clear.
It can be, like in 4 labs, this is the same type of glass they use, like for beakers and flasks and all that stuff. Oh, you did? Oh, that's really
You
cool.
gotta have different grades.
Yeah, you did water. That's cool.
Oh, okay. Good. They got.
Wow.
How many artists do y'all have here? I see you have 4 kilns. Do y'all have different artists coming here at one time, or just this more like just showing right here?
So typically, like they'll come in. I think they're here from 9 to 5:30 about. So they're here all day. The furnace stays on 24/7, 365 because it just takes so much power and energy to like turn it on and off, and the glass has to like come up and come down. But we do turn off the annealers and the glory holes every night. Right.
That's a lot of gas.
I don't know what the power bill is here, but I know it's a lot.
This is like gas kilns.
It's a lot. So here we're beginning the break-off process. We're doing the final flash here and just reheating the moil a little bit before we break the piece off.
How do they clean it and get the soot, the glass? I see that, you know, it has a tinge on it. Do they have a cleaning process to get that clean?
Are you talking about like
The glass itself is like, it's not crystal clear. It's glass.
Oh.
See that it has a tinge to it?
Right. So the color on the glass, that is made with color bar. That's an intentional color process. The examples here are just for the shape, but this is going to turn out like that lime teal blue color. Right. So now we put the glass into the annealer where it'll stay for over 16 hours to cool down to room temperature. Can we please get a round of applause for that amazing decanter? Thank you so much. Once again, my name is Katie, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys have. Yes. So these decanters and goblets are being created for the Red Hot auction. You can learn more on the Museum of Glass website, so that's museumofglass.org. So the annual gala is where they showcase these pieces, and so each year they make a specific piece. So, can we please see an example of the past year's? Yeah, here we go. So yeah, there's a lot of different designs. Each year they do something completely different and unique. It's really amazing, some of these past designs, but right. So this year they're going with a seahorse design. You can see this little example I have here. This is on the stems of the goblets right there. Yeah, that's that little stem of the goblet right there. So on top of the decanters, they're going to put a stopper with it's a seahorse, but it'll be a little bit different from this one I hear. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you for your questions. These are really, really good questions.
Pay $48 to ask questions.
Exactly. All right. It looks like we'll probably have time to do about 3 more before the end of the day, I'm hoping.
Is he fixing to start another piece? That's the...
Right.
Like he's been having it in there for a while. It fixed to blow it, looks like.
Right. So we are starting like the next decanter. So right now, Gabe is just creating the initial starter bubble, which I think you guys came in a little bit like halfway through, right? Okay, perfect. That means I get to go through this again. That's exciting for me. Right. Yeah, so he just blew air into the pipe and capped it with his thumb. That pressure forces the air up into the glass, expanding in that bubble. So that starter bubble is the initial point for every single blown object made in the hot shop. So right now, Ben is heating up a piece of glass called color bar. Oh, did you want to see the seahorse? Oh, so right now.
Don't let her. That's the stem for the glasses over there. The shallots.
That's what that little thing is.
That's a seahorse. Look at that detail.
It's very beautiful. They put this in a mold and then they stretch, like they get the texture with the mold and then they stretch out and do that intricate design. So it's So over on the first bench, you can see Ben is heating up that pipe. So that is heated up color bar, which is concentrated color that he is going to attach on top of the clear glass bubble. So that color gets folded over the bubble to appear opaque at the end. Can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Welcome in, guys. Is this your first time in the museum? Awesome, that's so exciting. Today we're making the limited edition decanter design for the annual Red Hot auction that happens here at the museum. So we have some examples on the light box over there of what we're making today, but feel free to ask any questions throughout this process. Yeah.
They actually like close them around and blow it in. They're making like different, like, you know, and then pull it apart, separated.
Yeah, that's what this one is here. You'll see in a few minutes.
Okay, so
that's exactly what this one is. Right.
Yeah, I know, you know, we have a lot of, there's different kinds of cut glass. Some are, you know, but then most glasses are pressed glasses where you can actually see the line down the middle on there.
Right.
And you can tell, you can see that it was formed and it's cheaper glass, you know.
So for these ones, the way we blow into them, we're still turning the glass as we're blowing in. So you don't see that line, but you'll see it is exactly like open, we shut it around, and then it spins around as you
So
blow.
they spin it inside there to keep it showing the lines on like they do like
For
mass
sure.
produced glass.
It also helps it blow out more evenly because mass-produced glass, it'll be typically hotter and it'll be like super quick, like in-press blow. But yeah, here it's it's intentional and careful, so they have to be very delicate.
Controlled here.
Exactly, for sure. So right here, Gabe is using a tool called the block to create an even shape on the glass and spread the heat from the outside layer into the core of the glass. This helps the bubble inside blow out more evenly when it's time to expand. Yes. As we go about the process of creating this decanter, there will be a lot of times where they're blowing into the piece because like at each step we're trying to get something different. Like right here, Gabe was using the jacks to cool down the front of the piece so that the air would blow up the shoulder of the piece. So you'll see as they bring the glass over to the second bench, they'll be blowing it up a lot more to expand it into like the bigger shape. That's a great question. So as they're gathering out of the furnace, it's like a big pot that's holding that the melted glass. So it looks kind of like honey. So when you're dipping it in, you see the glass going into the molten glass, and as you're turning it, it's picking up more and more glass. So they're not just going in blind, they can see what's happening inside of the furnace. So they're being very careful about like picking it up and gathering it up. Okay. The block? Okay, so once again, they're using the block, but they're using this is a bigger one for more glass. So the block shapes the glass into the rounded shape and also kind of melts the super hot exterior layer into the colder core layer. So this even heat lets the bubble blow up more even. Exactly. Great question. So now Sarah's using the papers to shape the glass further. The papers are just folded up newspapers that are soaked in water that allows us to put our hand very close to the glass to get a more organic type shape. So Sarah's shaping it with the papers as Ben is blowing air into the piece to help it expand into the desired shape. So now Sarah's using the jacks to create the neckline of the decanter while pulling outwards to stretch that neck. Next, Sarah will put in the jack line, which is the initial break-off point of the piece. So the jack line allows us to remove the piece from the blowpipe and transfer it onto a punty pipe later on so that they can work on the other side of the piece. So now Sarah is blowing into the mold, and as she blows air into the glass, it expands the glass against the shape of that mold, kind of forcing it into the rounded decanter shape you see on display here. So here you see Sarah is creating that jack line that acts as the initial constriction point to break the piece off later in the process. So now Ben is gathering up glass out of the furnace to create the outside designs that you can see the decanter right here on display. Yes. So this is where like he dips the glass and like lays it out here and creates that like. Right. Yes.
We missed that part.
Right. So because she's been blowing glass for so many years, yes, it's like I think 26 years Sarah's been doing glass for us. It's a long resume, but that kind of gives you the skills that you need to kind of eyeball things like this. They've also done a lot of practice canters in the past couple days, so they've got a chance to kind of see exactly how spaced out each one.
No matter how much you do, they're all a little bit different.
Right. Wait, which piece are you referring to?
Like the white glass when you're first coming in the elevator, like come up the elevator, it's over to the right.
Okay.
It's like that outside. I haven't seen all this, but I've seen it on TV and stuff. But those large pieces that they're all, and like those big balls with all the little lines going through them.
Oh, right.
Is that one big piece or is that?
So, for something like that, they often will make a bunch of little pieces that they preheat in a, it's right there, it's called a garage. So it's like an oven, it brings it up to temperature so that later in the process they can stick it from there onto the actual main
Keep
piece.
attaching until it's.
Exactly. That's typically how they do that.
Okay.
Because it seems impossible that they'd just be able to do it on.
And those huge things that are out displayed, they're the really huge ones. I'm like, how do they do that?
So those ones, for the really bigger pieces, a lot of them supplement, like they'll use glue and wire to like really hold it together so it can be displayed better.
Because they like move, like I know that one artist moves his stuff around, right, to different museums. I mean,
Yeah.
They're
so
all
they'd
different.
have to just be able to take them apart somehow.
Exactly. Yeah, you're exactly right.
But that doesn't answer my question, like how do they keep doing that
Oh,
whole thing? Okay.
For wait, how they?
Like what you were saying, you know, they keep it hot and then they add to it.
This is where we walked in at right here.
Yeah.
Right. So right here they just added a foot onto the bottom of the decanter and now they're shaping it into sort of a hockey puck shape. This provides extra stability and protects the glass from any uneven surfaces. So next, Ben is just gathering up a small piece of glass on the end of a pipe. This is called a punty. This helps us transfer the glass from the blowpipe onto the punty rod so that they can work on the other side of the piece. Oh yeah, have a good day, guys. your day going? Very nice to meet you. My name is Lee, and I'm emceeing today, so I'd be happy to answer any questions you have throughout the process.
Can you walk us through kind of
Yes.
start to finish?
Yeah, I'd love to.
I'm brand new to this.
Okay, awesome. So right here, they're about to kind of knock this off in a few minutes, so you'll get to see the whole thing from the start. But just to give you a quick run through, so they start by, they have a starter bubble, they add the color to that, and then gradually they'll add more layers of glass to kind of build up the mass. That's when they blow it up. They use a mold to kind of get that spherical shape. And then they add the designs, add the foot, and then they kind of break it off to what they're about to do right here. So this design is actually for the annual Red Hot auction that takes place here. So each year they create a exclusive goblet and a decanter design to sell. So right here on the light box, this is kind of what they're doing this year. But yeah. Right. So, okay, so they make, they have a limited amount of the same things. So they'll make, what they're doing here, they'll typically do, I think, 35 decanters and I think 50 goblets. So it's like very limited. And they're not sold as a set, it's like individual pieces. So to make a decanter here, it's about like 30 minutes. It really depends on what the piece is. So for a design like this, 30 minutes is like after they spend all the time kind of practicing and getting the flow down, it can be 30 minutes. But for like those goblets, just making a seahorse right here for the stem might take about half an hour. And then on top of it, they have so assembling it all might take around more and more practice, and they kind of refine the process down. It could be like total, like maybe. So because they're so experienced, they can kind of take something that might be super wild and hard to do and just like condense it into a little production process. It's very impressive.
How do they make the ones with like the stuff inside of them?
Oh, like the paperweights outside? So for that, it's a completely different process. They start by creating like all the little things inside, and they put it in this little machine that has holes in it, and then they carefully drip glass over it so that it kind of encases it. And when they drip it into that machine, it kind of pulls air through so that it pulls all the bubbles out so that it's like clear and like free of bubbles. And then they shape it up after. So it's a very difficult process for sure. It takes a very long time for them to like kind of get that down. Yes, exactly. So a lot of them, they make it on like a smaller little torch because it's just too intricate to do like on a big scale like this. Yeah, exactly. Yes. 100% glass. Was it blown away?
Yeah. Or they're like glowing things.
Yeah.
Is there any like glowing aspect in something like this?
So for like this seahorse, this is like just one solid piece of glass that they created on the pipe. But yeah, throughout this process, there's been a lot of glowing.
Okay.
And if you feel like sticking around for the next round, they're gonna make a whole other one. You kind of get to see a little more about that blowing process. But yeah, they're just at the end here. They're just throwing on the final touches so that they can break it off. Yeah, this one has, I don't know if you can see it right now because it's a little bit hot, but I think it'll turn out to be like a translucent teal color.
Okay, yeah, I saw like a little green.
Yeah. So the color also kind of changes depending on the temperature. So right now where it's kind of hot, it'll be a little bit like muggier, but when it's completely cool, it'll be, I think it's going to be teal. I'm not like 100% on that though. But Yeah, these clear ones are just kind of an example that they use to get the process down. Ooh, I have no idea, but I would guess for those decanters, I would assume maybe 200. But it might be more, might be less. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's fair. But you said they do this every year, like
Yes.
and it's always a decanter and a
Yeah.
goblet.
Exactly. Yep. Hey guys, welcome in. Welcome everybody. Just a little recap. We are nearing the end of this decanter right here. We're creating this decanter design for the annual Red Hot auction that happens here at the Museum of Glass. So each year the team creates a special exclusive design of both a decanter and a goblet to auction off at this sale. So here we're just nearing the end of the process, but in a few minutes we'll start back from scratch and we'll get to see the entire process one more time. So here Sarah's just adding a little bit of water to that punty connection to create micro stress fractures that allow them to break the piece off very nice and gently. So next, Gabe puts the decanter into the annealer where it cools down to room temperature over a period of around 16 hours. Can we please get a round of applause for that amazing piece? So once again, my name is Katie and I'm your MC today. I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys have. So right here on the first bench, Ben is using a pipe with a little piece of color bar on the end. It looks something like this when it's cold. So they're heating this up and it is going to go on top of the clear bubble after to give a opaque color to the glass. Can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Can we please see the glory hole slide? So you might notice that the glass artist uses the glory hole as a reheating chamber to keep that glass hot. So the glory hole doesn't contain any glass and it's about 21 to 2300 degrees. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. So this does not run 24/7, 365 like the glass furnace does. This one we turn off every night to save energy. So at the end of the night, with the broken glass, if it has color in it like it does right here, unfortunately we cannot recycle that and we have to throw it out every night. But with any clear glass that breaks or any clear glass they strip from the furnace, that they can recycle by just throwing back into the furnace. What he said back there? I think he's talking to the artist. No, you're good. What's that?
Do you do stuff in collaboration with the college?
Not that I know of, but we do have a youth program called Hilltop Artists that serves kids from 12 to 21 years old. So that is a glass blowing program that is run out of Hilltop Heritage Middle School and Silas High School. So the students from that program can come down every third Thursday of the month from 5 to 8 p.m. It's a free blow for the students, so they get to make whatever they want down here, and admission is free for the museum that night too. That's a great question. So for the entire process of creating the decanter, this one takes about 30 minutes to make, but that'll really vary on the design and the color process used in the entire glass blowing process. Of course, when they make the first one, it'll probably take a little bit longer, but they've had a lot of practice over the last few days creating these decanters, so they've narrowed it down to a small 30-minute slot. So what you just saw, Gabe gathered out of the furnace. He got another layer of glass on top of that initial layer of glass, and now he's cooling it down with the pipe cooler to prevent the heat from spreading up to his hands. So right here, Gabe is using a tool called a block. We use this to shape the glass into an even rounded shape. It also helps regulate the temperature of the glass, so it kind of melts the outside really hot layer into the cooler core of the glass, so that when we blow that bubble, it expands evenly. Sorry, what's that?
The blowing part, is that over here or is that over there?
So they do it a little bit, so like a little bit on both. So right here, they're just kind of blowing up the initial bubble, so that it doesn't kind of like close off inside of there. But as they add more glass, they'll transfer it to the middle bench, where they start actually like shaping the decanter, and that's when they do like the major blowing part, where it's like making the big bold.
Okay.
Great question. So once again, Gabe is gathering out of the furnace to collect a second layer of glass. So the furnace is a large ceramic tank that holds about 1,000 pounds of glass and rests at about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So dipping the steel pipe into the furnace is like dipping a spoon into a jar of honey. So it's that very liquidy texture here. So glass has a certain viscosity that allows it to adhere to itself, which is how he's able to just collect it over and over again. So now Sarah's using the papers to help shape this glass as Ben blows up the bubble even more. So the papers are just newspapers that are folded up into that rectangle shape and then soaked in water so that we can get very close to handling the glass with our bare hands. So now Ben is just heating up the jacks and applying beeswax to them. This allows the jacks to slide easily upon the glass so they don't get caught up and hard to use. So now Sarah is using the jacks to create the neckline of the decanter. She's stretching it out to create the long neck and the bulbous shape on the bottom. Yes, that tool is called the jacks. We also use the jacks to create the jack line, which is the initial break-off point for the piece. So the jack line allows us to break the piece off from the blowpipe and move it to the punty rod later on in the process. So we don't line the mold with beeswax, but we do keep it in a bucket of water. The mold is created with wood, basically. So we use it in water to prevent the glass from burning too much inside. So inside of that mold, as Sarah was spinning the glass inside and blowing up, the air forces the glass out to the edges where it takes the shape of that mold. So at times the glass will pop. Typically it won't pop inside of the mold, but if it gets too thin from blowing it out too much, it'll typically like crumple inside of itself when it gets warmer. But the glass can pop when you're just blowing a bubble out here. If you put too much air, it'll just get bigger and then it'll fold in on itself. Additionally, if the glass gets too cold, it will get shocked by the air and it'll just like explode, typically. So next, Ben is just gathering a small piece of glass to create the designs on the outside of the decanter that you can kind of see over on the light box. All right, so to learn how to blow glass, a lot of adults will take classes at some hot shops that offer those. There is a program for the youth called Hilltop Artists, where I mentioned this before. Middle school and high school kids can learn to blow glass through that program. They offer daytime classes at the middle school, but they also do after school classes and also summertime classes. So if you're interested in learning more about that, it's called hilltopartist.org, and I'd encourage you guys to take a look at that. Right, so this color it's a teal light color, and you'll see it kind of come out more as the piece cools. When the glass is hotter like it is right now, it's a little bit muggy and kind of hard to read, but right before we knock this off and put it into the annealer, you'll be able to see that teal color a little bit better. Yes. I'm pretty sure the blue and the green colors, that mainly comes from the copper. Right. So to get to get colors like gold and pink, or like red and pink, you use gold for that. So next, Ben is just gathering a piece of glass that he's going to use to create the foot of this decanter. It'll be shaped to look a little bit like a hockey puck, and this essentially is a barrier between the bottom of the glass and whatever surface it's resting on. This just allows for a little bit more protection and a little bit more stability. So now Ben just has a small piece of glass on the end of the punty rod. This is called a punty. We use this shaped up piece of glass to attach to the very bottom of the decanter, and that allows us to break it off from the blowpipe onto the punty. Hi guys, welcome in. So right here, Sarah is attaching the punty to the bottom of the decanter. In a moment, she's going to apply water to the jack line so that she can break the piece off and transfer it to the next rod. So now that the piece is broken off, they can work on the next side of the decanter. Right guys, my name is Katie and I'll be your MC for today. Today in the Hot Shop we are creating the decanter design for the annual sale that we do each year. It is called the Red Hot Gala. So each year they make a custom limited edition design that they sell at the auction each year. So here Sarah is just pulling out the lip of the decanter and trimming it with the shears to create a thinner and more even lip. Once again, guys, my name is Katie, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you guys have. So that's a great question. So today we have an example of the decanters we're making right over here. This is the same design, just with that teal color on the outside. So each year there is a different design. Can we please see an example of past designs, please? So these are just some of the ones from the years before. So each year we do a completely unique limited edition design that is sold at the annual Red Hot auction. It typically takes place from around September 20th to the 21st. Yes, the color on this decanter is I think it turns out like a translucent teal color. Right now it's a little bit muggy because it's just so hot. But as the piece cools down, as we begin to break it off, you'll see more of the true color coming through. So here the team is just getting ready to knock off the piece. They are flashing and torching the moil of the piece. The moil is just that part between the pipe and the glass. That part is especially fragile because it's not getting as much direct heat. So we like to give it a little extra heat at the end. Now Sarah's applying some water to the punty to create small stress fractures that allow the piece to break off nice and gently. Next, they torch any remaining fractures on the glass and put it away into the annealer, where it'll cool down to room temperature over a period of 16 hours. Can we please get a round of applause for that amazing decanter? So once again, these decanters are for the annual exclusive Red Hot auction that we hold every year at the Museum of Glass. If you're interested in learning more, you can do some research at museumofglass.org. So right over here, Ben is starting by heating up a piece of color. This is called a color rod. I have a little example right here in my hand. Right. So we use this piece of color to go on top of the clear bubble, which we use then to create kind of a once-over opaque color on the glass instead of little individual speckles that you might get from something called frit. Can we please see the color overlay video? What's that? So when they roll the pipe, they are keeping the glass on center. So because the molten glass is so hot, it wants to like move and flow. So yeah, so they roll it just to keep it like staying in one place. But yeah. Can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So right over here, they're just finishing up that color overlay process that we just learned a little bit about on that amazing video. So once again, we're just creating the limited edition decanter design for the annual Red Hot auction. Once again, my name is Katie, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys have today. So now Gabe is gathering glass out of the furnace. The furnace is a large ceramic crucible that holds up to 1,000 pounds of hot glass, and it rests at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's very hot. Dipping a steel pipe into the furnace is kind of like dipping a spoon into honey. So the glass has a certain viscosity that allows it to adhere to itself, which is how they keep building up the layers of glass. So all the glass in that furnace is clear, but they add color through methods like using frit or just like the color overlay process that you guys just saw. Yes. Oh, yeah. So that's a very specific process. So they use this machine that has all these holes in it, and it's hooked up to, it's like an air compressor, or like a, it's kind of like a vacuum cleaner. So they put all of those little glass bees and things inside that machine, and then they drip hot glass over it in a way that kind of prevents a lot of bubbles from forming. And then once they drip the glass in, they switch on the vacuum and it like pulls all of the air out, but it also pulls the glass down, and that lets it kind of, that's how they get like the clear crystal like color, like without any bubbles or impurities out of it. Okay, yeah. And then after they do that, they just shape it up into the paperweight shape. But it's a very intricate process that takes a long time to perfect. Right. So right here on the center bench, Sarah's just using a tool called a block. Blocking the glass helps round it out into a smooth, consistent shape. It also melts the heat from the external layer of glass into the core so that it has one even heat. This allows the bubble to blow up evenly as it expands inside the glass. So right here, Ben just uses the fluffy torch to preheat those jacks because we want the jacks to be nice, hot, and smooth so that when they glide on the glass, they're not catching or screeching at all. So right here, Sarah's just using those jacks to create the neckline of the decanter. She's stretching it out to allow that length in the neck as Ben is blowing up the bubble to get that rounded effect. So next, Sarah puts the glass into the mold, and as she turns and blows, it forces that glass to expand inside the mold, taking the shape of the mold. Then when she takes it out, it's that perfect rounded shape that the rest of the decanters have. So while twisting the glass inside the mold, the neck got a little like pinch in it. So we are going to create another decanter so that they're all the same level of quality. Right. They really prioritize quality when it comes to their auction pieces. So they want to make sure no one is getting a piece that's a little funky, you know. But this is something that happens in glass blowing a lot. Like, if something isn't right, we like to correct that. So there's a lot of trial and error within the glass blowing process, but they've made so many decanters, they get used to it. Like, they're able to come back quickly from that. Oh, that's perfect. My instructor always says glass blowing is not about what you can make, but it's about what you can fix. That's the glass blower mentality. Thanks so much for coming in. Have a great day. Oh, wait, they have one of those
In
now?
the back, yeah.
Wow, that's
They got
cool.
a squat rack too now. 2 squat racks,
What?
like free weights.
Which location?
The UP
like
one. Oh, do you not go to that one?
No, okay, I used to, but I've been just using the TCC gym, and they don't